Hello there. Welcome along to a 24 hours worth of rFactor 2, more or less. And we are a few minutes away from the start of let's see. Yeah, try to get everything sorted there, because I've been told to not go onto the server as a spectator, so I'll just stay with some images from Plonk. And right now we are looking at the driver parade before the race itself. And we have Arnaud in picture. He is driving for one of the ODS teams, the ODS Variant, which will of course consist of a few of the organizers. And the parade started a bit late, so I don't know if they're just rushing now to get through so that they get everything done for the it looks like they are going into the pits at the end of the lap. Feels a bit pointless, the parade, but you know, that's the way it is. Let's see, I need to move around some of the windows, I think, on my PC, like so. And of course we are in we started at the back of the parade because we are the reigning champions, because we did win last year the entire Le Mans, the classic Le Mans races here at LMC. Which probably is also why we were not shown on the stream as such, because we started last and I didn't get all the way around there. Well, we are in the warm-up session then. People are joining in with their respective cars and everything for the grid 1, race 1. So race 1 out of 15 this over this 24-hour period. It's also nice to see that Plonk is using the overlay to a better extent than I do in my live streams. Hi Paddy, welcome along. Thank you so much. We are running with Crash and Eve and Luca in the first few races. So I'm just gonna lean back and watch. Speaking of Crash, here is he's on the screen. And a little bit of a warm-up that we get before we start the first race. Yeah, I think Ole will be racing tomorrow in one or more of the grids tomorrow, because he will most likely be back home again at some point after midnight. So I guess that he will want a couple of hours of sleep before he after a long day at work before he rejoins us. Just like it has been the last 3 times we've done this, I think. It's been like this for a few years at least. So there will be no car sounds or anything until I go on the server and drive myself, because this is the official live stream that we're watching and it is all in French. Yeah, hi Geroid, welcome along. Well, there is a very good reason for why I haven't started driving anything yet, and that is because we are a couple of minutes away from the first race getting going. Yeah, no, we've been told to not be a spectator on the server like I was for qualifying. So then I'll respect that and stay off. All right, we are about to start. Yeah, have a good one. It is all weekend. Yes, it is. It is 5 different car classes with a 1 hour race each, and then it's a break of an hour, and then we start again with the same 5 car classes with 1 hour race for each of those. And then another hour's break, and then we do the same thing in the tomorrow. So it is half an hour break between each of the races as we're going, and then the 1 hour break from the last class to the first class again. And right, there we go. So Luca is starting this grid. Now everybody is well, it is a semi-rolling start, this one, because everybody starts from the spot on the grid. They are asked to be to keep around 80 kilometers an hour and go in a single file until you get under the Dunlop bridge. Then you can floor it. And that is when you cross under the Dunlop bridge, then you can floor it, and not the car ahead of you. There we go. We are rolling. This is a way to make the race start rather be a lot cleaner. Well, that being said, it's already a yellow flag in Sector 1. Well, it's gone again. Yeah, no, a couple of the early races I did, earlier editions I took part in of this this race, where everybody had a standing start, and then when the timer went out, then everybody went. So and I'm started at the back. So more than once I was crashed into, put on my roof at one point actually as well, at the start of the race. So I do understand why they do it like this. It's a good change. Of course, it does mean that if you are starting as number 29 on the grid, who has actually retired, it means that you will, of course, have quite a lot of a distance up ahead to make up to go into the lead. But yeah, no, it is for the better. No custom liveries. No, well, you have been able to submit a custom livery if you wanted to, so that it could be included in the mod. So there are a couple of custom liveries in there. Oh, oops, with a late move. Yes, no, there are a couple of what do you call it? Era specific, is that the word? Or liveries that fits with the era of cars. It's pretty much the way we did it back in the rFactor 1 days. No, I haven't. I have not submitted any custom livery. Because I have no idea what car I want to... Oh, look at this pack. I don't know what car I want to drive, or if I'm gonna drive. What grid I'm gonna drive, or anything. We haven't planned out anything properly as such. I guess that I will probably be driving through the night to let some of the other guys have a little bit of a rest. Oh, big twitch in the background from Scuzzy. So I think I'm most likely gonna drive grid 4 and grid 5 with the oh, that's a spin. Doberman with... Yeah, no, I think it was just... I think it just missed this braking point going into the chicane there. It's so easy to do with these cars because they have such a long braking distance. Okay, what's... Okay, so they add a replay into the... Awesome. Oh, there is a big duel for lead. Now Michel Neveu has gone past. Used the slipstream. Maybe even had a slightly better exit onto or through Tête Rouge. And now the roles are reversed. So Luca with the slipstream now. And all of the teams have 3 cars in the race, or can have 3 cars in the race, and all 3 has to be a different brand of car or type of car. And the top 2 results will score points for the team. And the 3rd position will block any points for teams behind. So you will not be moved up ahead if you are the first or second car in your team and you are behind 2 third position drivers from other teams. You will not be moved up the position to score points. So Luca is still leading. Oh, a big slide from Thomas there. Nice. Held on to it though. Didn't spin. So Crash is now in 5th position. Trying to see if I can find Eve in the list, but he is not in the top 20. It seems now he's 24th. Okay. Oh. No, Crash, no. Big whack to the wall. Well, I don't think we are running with a particularly high percentage on the damage. Something has been going on here. That was a lot of cars all over the circuit. Well, Crush is seemingly already straight up behind Mail for 4th position again. 3 tenths between them. 2 tenths between Luca and Nouveau for 1st. And there is a change for lead. Well, there was a change of lead. Okay, so Michel Nouveau was outbraking himself into the Dunlop chicane, I think. Well, using everything and then some in Tête Rouge. Magnus Dahlgren, the Swede, in 13th position for ODS Vaillant. Was driving the Mustang in the qualifying, but has opted to go for the Ferrari for the race. Look at the straight line speed of the Porsche. It has been tweaked to have a little bit more power than it has in the original mod. You can see the sleek body style really helping the car. Another ODS Vaillant driver is Timon Suvik, who has taken the Mustang, making his way up the field. And interestingly, the Porsche behind didn't make up much time on the braking. Even though it really should, because the car is a bit lighter than than any other car in the grid, really. Okay, so a countdown coming on across the top. Are we we're heading for a commercial, maybe? Might just be. New follower. Yeah. Let's skip the ads and then put in this instead. another 10 seconds then before we are back to live pictures from what it seems. There we go. Now the gap has opened up between Luca and Michel in first and second. 1.2 seconds now. Dahlgren and Mistral is, or is it? Yeah, it is Mistral. Oh no, 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 no. Got tackled by a cone. I was gonna say that they're really, really on it. But that was a bit too much, I think. Forcing him off the road. I know English. Popping up some yellow flags here and there, but what is it? Chacon in 28th position had 140 seconds to the car ahead. So he is being lapped then. Because he got 2 minutes up to the car ahead, who's in turn 40 seconds behind the car ahead of him again. Oh, and there's a spin again. That was a red car. That was Heinen? Felix Heinen, yeah, it was. That is a custom livery, by the way. Yeah. Got unsettled on the curbing. In the Mulsanne corner. So he moves from one fight then to another fight a bit further down. Oh, and that's a touch with Cedric. Oh, Luca is really pulling away in the lead now. It's a 2-second gap. And Crash in a solid 5th position with 2.7 seconds up and 5 seconds down. And Plume is following Goya. But you could see him lifting into the corner there, so he's not... he was coasting a little bit, and his Lars just behind him as well. In that little Porsche. Now is this a... no. Dropped a little bit of time on the exit. Would have been a good opportunistic move. And Mistral is just behind there as well. So there are 4 drivers quite close together there. Bautzel has retired from 27th position. Fabrice Mistral. There are some nice fights up and down the field. Really like that. Of course, it is easier to have those kind of fights with the slower grid cars that we are currently running compared to like the Group C cars, the Group C cars that we have in Grid 5. So Plume in the Ferrari is, with the slipstream, outpacing the Ford in the straight. So Eve is still in 24th position. I don't have the point scale in my head. I don't have the point scale on the top of my head, but with first and fifth for us and a second and fourth. Oh, Heinen, no, well, he avoided the spin this time. No, a second and fourth for FCT. I think we will be quite close in the point standings after this first race. Oh, Plume off the road onto the grass on the straight there. And still goes around the outside in the kink into Indianapolis and makes up a position. That's a good, strong move. Came back from that. I thought he was going to back out of that after he went on the grass there. On the straight. Slightly slower of an exit. You do leave him vulnerable compared to Goya in towards the Porsche cars, and Goya is passed again now, up into 8th position. And Luca puts in the best lap time of the race with a 4:36.8. That's a good lap. He's got almost 3 seconds to Michel Neveu in second position now. We have Kevin Morville in third. He is also one of the absolute fastest guys in the well, in any of the races, I think. Yeah, and we have Thierry Bosil, who has retired. Chacon is about to get by. No, he's not. He's not. He's dropping time to the retired car ahead. That is strange. Some glitching going on there. More side-by-side action. Oh, it has to has to stay behind. It feels like Felix Hein is a little bit faster than Cedric is ahead of him, but he also seems to be a little bit impatient, not quite getting the getting the overtake done, and Kevin Goya is out of the race. That's a blown engine on the straight. Was that a money shift? Getting a replay of it on the no, we don't get a replay on it from it on the right hand side. So Niels Schubert, 22nd position in the Porsche, and who is that in the Ferrari? That is Rion. As the focus changed to Luca, who is in a commanding lead by 3.7 seconds now. Kevin Morville in third, Nicolas Mel in fourth, Kresh is in fifth, Thomas Boulas in sixth, and Antoine Savatier in seventh. A bit of a fight for eighth position still with Plume and Fabrice Mistral, who is trying to go through on the inside. Where is this? This is on the way back towards Indianapolis, isn't it? Yeah, he made his way past. Lars in 10th, Scuzzi in 11th, Cedric in 12th. Yeah, just jumping quickly through the grid now. Gerard Rion and Niels Schubert duking it out, and Yves has gotten company by Repardo right now. Was a little bit more of a gap between them a lap or two ago. Bruno Chacon is the last driver still driving currently, and we are halfway through the race already. Nice. And Heinen still hasn't found that little opening to get by Cedric. Yellow flag in sector 3. No, it's withdrawn again. And then it's another yellow flag in sector 3. And again. Now then, it's a three-way battle between Plume, no, sorry, Scootsy, Cedric, and Heinen. Oh, is Cedric making the chicane? No, he's not. He's going into the down the escape road. Heinen also struggled to make the chicane, but he gained the position from from Cedric there. So Felix Heinen in the slipstream of Scootsy. It's not going to be far enough or close enough into the chicane. Really catching up to that Ford up ahead, which I guess then is Bruno Chacon, who is being lapped. This is Plume and Mistral for 8th position. All these great little battles going on all over the place. And Shepard just made his way past Yves for 24th. Yeah, it is Bruno who is being lapped. A big slipstream for Scootsy now for against Heinen. Was well ahead before the little kink and into Indianapolis, and that's a well executed move. Goes very defensive into an arch, but he still managed to hold on. Yes, but Heinen with a much better exit, it seemed like. Couldn't quite get up on the side. And I had to back out of it again. But with the guys ahead fighting, that means that Cedric will be invited back into this. He's not that far behind. Looks like Crash has had an off-road moment up ahead, because he's now 14 seconds behind Merle in 4th, but it's only 1.8 seconds down to Bourdin in 6th. Yes, could see with a little bit more of breathing space. Japar and EU was fighting for 21st position, by the way, not 25th, as I said. Sorry about that. I kept forgetting the drivers who had retired. So 24 drivers still going then. Ben-Hur, Schubert is out, as is Goya, Bausil and Melentin. But Cedric with a good exit from the chicane, and a lot better exit for... no, sorry, yeah, Cedric with the best exit there. A lot better than Heinen up ahead. But he's dropping off now because Heinen was in the slipstream of the Porsche. Still not far enough ahead to sneak his way past into the second chicane. Now then, still not enough. The Porsche has a little bit extra kick on the straights. Oh, and that's a tag. And Cedric half spins in avoidance in the back. And as we could also see that Magnus Dahlgren is making his way closer to the pack and is joining the fun. Now it is interesting, the Ferrari in the slipstream behind the Porsche is really closing up big time, and then as it goes up alongside, it's like the car is stopping. Ooh, and a big twitch on the exit, and that is the invitation that Heinen needs to get by. But then he outbraked himself into Arnage, and we are back to square one. It's Lars that is up ahead, I think, in the other Porsche. So they're actually catching up to him, despite all this fighting. Oh, trying to hang on the outside into the Porsche curves, that's not gonna work. But it doesn't. Rightfully so. Changing to the battle for 6th and 7th position between Bourdais and Savatier. Bourdais. And just up ahead we can actually see Crash. Although I don't think that is Crash in the car immediately ahead. Oh, well, it could be. It's only 3 seconds. And I can also see from the live timing there that Magnus Dahlgren is all over the rear end of Cedric's car. Now the Mustang has a bit more punch in the straight line. Oh, this is going to be tight into the chicane. Some evasive action and everything going on there. That is enough for Savatier to get by. Excuse me. And we can see that the Swede has made his way past Cedric. Magnus Dahlgren up into 14th position. Bourdais is back past Savatier again. But we have another one of those slipstreaming battles down towards the Mulsanne corner. And Corbière has retired from 22nd position. Did see him in the pits there. Now he has retired out of the race completely. We have Yves up into 20th position. And Ripard, who was ahead of him, has also retired. So 22 drivers still going then, with Bruno Chacon being still a bit behind the other ones. Hello, Kitty. It's a hard battle between Bourras and Savatier. They're not giving the other one an inch. That these two guys are continuing to fight like this, that is, in my eyes, as the team manager of the race department RDX team, I like this, because that allows Crash to pull out a little bit of a gap again. And again, Savatier with a good exit, but the Mustang is still, or has more grunt. Lars has retired in the Porsche. He was up one position just a few seconds ago, and now he's out of the race. And side by side, Savatier through the inside up towards the Dunlop hairpin, Dunlop chicane. Dunlop hairpin. That is a good move. Now, will he be able to hold on to it down the straight, though? That's the next question. Speaking of fights, Kevin Morville and Nicolas Mel fighting for 3rd and 4th position. And right now we have the positions the wrong way around for my taste. And again, the Ferrari in the slipstream of the Porsche is catching up quite rapidly. But it's not enough to it's just lacking that little bit of extra to get by. And again, very quickly up alongside. Seems like he has a bit more to match. Kevin has a bit more to match. Oh, side by side through Mulsanne corner. And both of them make it through. And both of them have a clean exit. So we get another slipstream battle then. That could so easily have ended up with one car in the gravel, or both of them in the gravel. Again, side by side towards Indianapolis. Mel hangs on the outside and keeps the position. This is great to watch. Good, clean, hard but respectful racing between two fair drivers. And Savatier is through on the inside of Bordas again in Indianapolis. And into the Porsche curves, Nicolas Mel gets by on the inside of Kevin Morville again. It is really kicking off with just 2 laps left of the race. 2 laps or 8 minutes, depending on what happens first. I think we will end on laps rather than time. We will mostly do that in the dry races. It is in the wet races where we will be where the races will be finished on time rather than the number of laps. And some more side-by-side action through the corners. Both of them allowing the other driver room. That being said, it was a little bit of a touch there on the exit of the chicane. Kevin Morville back ahead for now. And looking down the grid there, it looks like Heinen has dropped down a little bit, because he's now behind Magnus Dahlgren, but ahead of Cedric. There we go. Mel back through on Morville in towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is. So Yves is up to 19th position then. And we have Morville again now trying to the outside into the second chicane. It's not gonna fly. I love seeing how these cars are right on the edge of grip, fishtailing a little bit in the middle of the corners and such. Another great exit from Kevin Morville. Will it be enough though? No, it won't. Because Mel is first through the Mulsanne corner. Oh, this is so cool to watch. And again, Morville is is ahead early on the straight, but Mel is coming back on the towards the end of the straights, going into the braking zones. Oh, and a big slide from Mel there. Opens the door up for Kevin Morville to get by. Now Luca is on the last few corners. Now I don't remember on the overlay, is this the last lap? Or is it one more? It must be one more. So much sliding. Yeah, it is. We have just entered the last lap. Luca with another fastest lap of the race on the second to last lap. 4:36.1. But he's done something, because now it's just a few tenths between him and Michel Neveu. Was he off the road after the... he must have been. Because now suddenly it's a fight again, and it's... Oh, Michel Neveu. No. It ended up with a spin. Holy moly. It looked like it was being saved by the guardrail there, but... oh, it wasn't. Do we get the replay of it? Yeah. Well, the replay cuts out just when you get to the... get to where it happened. It looked like I had to go off the throttle in the middle of the corner, and that was enough to upset the car into a spin. And it looks like Kevin Morville now has just about a big enough gap for Nicolas Mel to not be in the proper slipstream on the straights. As Magnus Dahlgren is catching up to Felix Hein rather rapidly. Goes through up into 10th position. Luca through the Mulsanne corner. Only got half a lap left. Felix Hein trying to get back by Magnus Dahlgren into the second chicane. Can't quite do it on the entry. It looked like Dahlgren was a bit deep into the chicane. Here we go. Nicolas Mel has caught back up to Kevin Morville into the kink. Is through with a big slide. Kevin Morville with another big slide in Indianapolis. Into Arnage, that's a touch. Oh, saved it. But now Nicolas Mel has too much of a gap, I think, for Kevin Morville to be able to get back by before the Porsche curves. as Felix Hein gets back by Magnus Dahlgren. Making their way into Indianapolis. Kevin Morville then is behind. Oh, Nicolas Mel. Get a better exit. But lifts out of it. And there we have the checkered flag. Luca has made it all the way through to a commanding win in the end. With 10-second margin over Neveu. Mel takes third, Kevin Morville in fourth. Kresh is on his way to take fifth, but this means that the FCT guys are in second and third, so that team will be in the lead after the race. There we have Kresh crossing the finish line into 5th position, Antoine Savatier in 6th, Thomas Bordas in 7th. That was quite close together actually in the end then. So that fighting that Bordas and Savatier was doing was quite helpful. Plume through in 8th position, Fabrice Mistral in 9th. So 4th and 9th for the sim racing guys. And Felix Hein makes the top 10. So we have Dahlgren in 11th, Cedric in 12th, Scoots in 13th, Spyro in 14th, Sovik in 15th, Morelato 16th, Doberman 17th, Orion Luca has some problems with the shifter. So it's going to be a little bit of a break until we get to the next So I'm gonna see if I can get this up and running. Browser. Like this. Let's do this for now, because I've already forgotten this. Doesn't say. Okay, fine, never mind. Let's see, and we click the interact button. Whoops. Team standings, that's good. Oh, how do we scroll here? Okay. Because that doesn't open any more downwards. Maybe if I go height. There we go. The 13 laps for us to, yep. Yeah. Right then. So currently, after the first race of the evening, we do find ourselves in second position and with 61 points, 1 point away from FCT Esport, who is leading, but also 15 points ahead of Sim Racing Guys 2, who is in third position. So that is good. So we are eagerly awaiting the start of the second race. I'll just jump back to the results for now. Because the race is supposed to start in a couple of minutes, so we're hoping that everything will be ready soon enough. Yeah, good luck. And blow their socks off. Okay, so the race is about to start again. So let's see if the live stream here is... Yep, it is. Awesome. Awesome. we go. Kevin Morville is leading everybody off the line in grid 2, where Luca is starting in 5th position, Crash in 9th and Eve in 10th. And again, going at 60, 70, 80 kilometers until we get under the Dunlop Bridge, and here we go. Green flag, and away we go. And it can look like the Cobra is the car to have, given that the top 3 is in the Cobra at the start. Now the scary thing now will be that sorry, that Kevin might run away with this from the front, because he is a really super fast driver. Thomas Bourdas is catching up again a little bit because of the slipstream, and in the background we have Michael Neveu. Oh, and Thomas Bourdas goes through into the lead, into the breaking point for the first chicane. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. And Luca is the first car who is not a Cobra in the Ferrari 250 in 5th position. Kevin Goya in 6th. Crash is in 9th position. Now Timon Sovic is in the Cobra in 7th position. That is challenging Kevin Goya for that 6th. Oh, and a big slide for Goya, and that's a spin. And everybody gets through. Well, I say everybody. Fabrice Mistral in 18th, so Kevin Goya rejoins the track in 19th position. Excuse me. Scuzzi, Plume and Doberman in a three-way fight. Oh, and somebody's off in the... Oh, Felix Hein and with a spin, and Scuzzi with a big tank slapper as well. Everything is kicking off here. And all of this crash, and oh, look at the fight for the lead. 3 cars within 1/10 of a second, 4 cars within 3/10 of a second, and Savatier locks up big time. Allows Luca on the outside, almost into the gravel. Managed to save it. Let's see, Crash is in 8th position, Eve is in 10th. So right now, I think we in RDX are outscoring the FCR cars. And again, we are quite close to another commercial break. Yeah, Michael Neveu in 3rd position. Antoine Savatier in 4th. Luca 1.1, 1.2 seconds behind. Crash up into 7th position now, ahead of Nicolas Mel. Great. Eve in 9th position, but closely followed by Magnus Dahlgren in 10th. Spyro is also there in 11th. So it's all to play for still. Big slipstream battle again up in the front. It's been a little bit of a gap now. Thomas Boras and Kevin Morville switching positions again, with Boras getting ahead into the first chicane. Yeah, he holds on to that. Excuse me. Michael Neveu is still holding on to 3rd position, ahead of Antoine Savatier. Luca in 5th position. Crash is still in 7th, but it's only half a second down to Mail in 8th. In turn, Eve is in 9th, 1.9 seconds down, and Magnus Dahlgren in 10th position is half a second behind him again. And we are currently looking at Doberman, who was in a fight quite a distance up the leaderboard, but he has gotten into a spin or something, because he's right at the back now. Dahlgren is in the Bizzarini, following Eve in the Cobra. I think Crash up ahead is in the... oh, look at the speed difference. Oh, Dahlgren turning in. There is a car on the inside, so that doesn't work. Where did Eve end up in all of this? Eve is still on the road. Excuse me. No, it was Dahlgren was tagged by Eve going into the corner there. And in all of this, Nicolas Mel has made his way past Crash into 7th position, so Crash is now down to 8th, and Timon Sovic has made his way past Luca for 5th position, so now Luca is in 6th. So right now the FCT cars are outscoring the RDX cars in here. Still, we are only on lap 2 of 13, or the maximum of an hour. I was going to say that Crash, I think, is in the yellow Corvette for this race. And Timon Sovic has put in the fastest lap of the race with a 4:32.9. Oh, Bruno Chacon, he held on to that. That was so near to a spin. Had quite the angle on the car there. Sovic is also in the Cobra. 50 minutes remaining of the race. 50 minutes, or yeah, the race will end after 1 hour, regardless of where we are on the number of laps. It seems like it's still dry, but it is quite cloudy on the server. So it doesn't look like we have any wet weather just yet. The weather forecast says rain around midnight. So for now we are in with some dry conditions. Even though it doesn't quite look like that from Felix Heinen's car. So Morilato we're on board with, catching up to Scuzzi in the Bizzarini, and through cleanly on the inside. Makes the move stick. Magnus Dahlgren is now in 13th position after his spin. And Doberman, who we did see early on, had been in the wars, has now gone through the pits, or done a pit stop rather, and made his way back on. Is making his way back on to the track. And as I have looked away for a moment, I see that Crash has made his way back past Nicolas Mail again. And that Eve is only half a second behind. Some sliding action in the Porsche curves. Niels Schubert, Antoine Corbière and Nicolas Bellet. And Luca has put in the fastest lap time of the race right now with a 4:32.6. That is awesome. And things are... Oh, Felix Heinen. Did he have a spin or something? I looked away, of course, at the moment things happened. Scuzzi is at the back of the grid as well. Suddenly. Oh, Scuzzi has retired. That's a DNF. That's the first casualty of the race, coming in their lap number 3 then. I don't think he was far enough ahead to get by into a new lap. Right, Dahlgren and Plume are switching positions. They're both in the same team, so doesn't do much with the with the standings, but I do see that Crash moved down 2 positions. He's let both Nicolas Mail past and Yves as well, so outbraked himself, or overcooked it, as he said on the TeamSpeak. But he's still back on the road. And Luca is only 1.1 second behind Timon's Sovic right now. Slowly getting back up there. And Yves and Crash has changed positions again. I think Crash might be slightly faster than Yves. No. But not if you do that. Bit too late on the brakes again, I think. Falling down to... It's so tight between all the drivers. Down to 14th position then. A little bit too late on the brakes and locked up the rears, and then there is really only one way to go from there. Right, we're watching Arnaud, who is just behind Kevin Goya. With Dahlgren 1 spot ahead. And there are some yellow flags popping up all the time. These are really tricky cars to keep a hold of. Especially when you're on an all-out full attack. Right, so for 8th position it is quite close now between Yves and Spyro. Because Spyro is half a second behind. But we are also looking, we are on board with Cedric, who is let's try that again, shall we? Who is chasing Ben Hur for 20th position. Looks like the Jaguar... the Jaguar is a bit more comfortable through the corners than the Corvette. Oh, and he can go so much later on the brakes. Strong overtake into the Ford chicane. Says thank you very much, and up into 20th position for Cedric. And Nicola Bellet is also in the lightweight Jaguar type, 2 positions behind Arnaud. No, 2 positions behind Cedric. in the slipstream. Gets up alongside, but that's where the Corvette really has its strength. It is a real powerhouse in the straights. And also slightly later on the brakes, actually, into the first chicane, but with a massive speed difference in the middle of the in the middle of the chicane. So that's a touch on the exit. Spyro has made his way past Eve then for 9th position. And Plume is only half a second behind as well there. And Dahlgren only a couple of tenths behind him again. As we're still with Bellet braking later into the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Almost overcooks it on the exit. But Ben-Hur is he keeps that position. Now we are moved on board with Antoine Corbière, who was challenging Felix Heinen and Nils Schubert. Right, there we go. On board with Plume then in 10th position, as Eve gets a little bit wide in Indianapolis. That allows Plume through, but Plume stops. Oh, Plume has... Oh, no. I think he blew the engine. Yeah, he must have lots of smoke going into an arch. And that's game over for Plume, I'm afraid. As both Scuzzi and Japard has also parked their cars for the race. So that leaves Magnus Dahlgren moving his way by Eve. And Eve is going into the pits. Oh, I think Eve is going in for the drive-through after punting Dahlgren off the road in lap number 2, was it? I think it was. Because the rules of the races of the event is that if you are at fault or sending anybody off the road or creating an accident, then you can self-impose a drive-through penalty on yourself. You should do that, and I think that is exactly what Eve has done. Comes back out again in 15th position, as we are on lap 6 out of 13, so we are about halfway through the race. So where is my favorite drivers in all of this? Luca is still in 6th position, 1.5 seconds behind Timon Sovic. So Luca is still the fastest non... Oh, that's a wide moment for that. For that Cobra in... for Nils Schubert in the Cobra in Tête Rouge. Yeah, Luca is the fastest non-Cobra in 6th position. He's got a 15-second gap down to Nicolas Mehl behind him. Let's see, Crash is up to 12th position, doing his best to chase down Arnaud in 11th, and Kevin Goya in 10th, after his little excursion to the gravel trap. and Eve then did rejoin the race. There he is on the screen. Did fall down to 17th position now. Felix Hein and Nils Schubert both went by with the slipstream, and Antoine Corbière is just behind as well in the Corvette. Oh, and that's a big twitch from Schubert, and Yves is back through. Arnaud Plume is now in 13th, Fabrice Morelato in 12th, and Kresch is now up to 11th position, so there has been something going on there as well, which is good for us. Kresch is 5.1 seconds behind Kevin Goya in 10th. A big sideways moment for Thomas Bordas in the Cobra in the braking into the final chicane there, as Kevin Morville now has a 4.7 second lead to Michael Neveu. And here we are with Yves, who is harassing Felix Heinen. Oh, a massive sideways moment for Heinen on the corner exit. Managed to hold on to it. Right, Thomas Bordas, who was fighting for the lead very early on in the race, is now in the slipstream of Michael Neveu and make his way past quite easily with the extra pace going down towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. On some more sideways action. Is that the chicane that is now called the Daytona chicane? I think it might be, given that the bus stop on the Daytona road course is called the Le Mans chicane. Now, can Michael Neveu return the favor? Well, yes, but actually no, maybe? No, it doesn't fully go for it. See how these cars are moving around on the braking. I love seeing that. Right, Neveu now is in a good spot, but he has to go around the outside. He doesn't have the pace to do that, and Bordas gets back past again. I managed to stretch a little bit of a gap. And the car ahead on the road is a car that is a lap down, I think. Because the next car on the road ahead of them is Kevin Morville, and he is 4.5 seconds up the road. So I don't think that the gap to the car that we see there is a 4-second gap. Well, it could be actually, but... Oh, and Yves is past Felix Heinen now for 15th position. Oh, that's a big tank slapper for Nils Schubert again. The Mulsanne corner is really a corner that he is... that is his nemesis right now. So Schubert is putting pressure on Cedric. And the fastest lap of the race goes to Thomas Bordas with a 4:28.0. That's 2/10 faster than Luca had a bit earlier on, I think. So, yeah. In lap time, the car seems to be quite equal. But in straight line pace, the Cobras are a lot faster. I can also see that Kresh in 11th position has fallen down to 8 seconds behind Kevin Goya now instead of the 3 seconds that he was behind. And Fabrice Morelato behind him is now only half a second behind. So Kresh might be demoted now. Luca is 2.9 seconds behind Timon Sovik now. And it didn't help for Thomas Bordas to put in the best lap time of the race in the previous lap, because Michael Neveu is back ahead again. And we are back with some more commercials on Twitch. So we're going into the still picture mode for now. Preview picture. And we're back live, and we're following Spyro right now, who has brought his Cobra up just behind Magnus Dahlgren in the Bizzarini. This is for 8th and 9th position. And I see that Crash has been overtaken by Fabrice Morelato when we had that little commercial break. Felix Heinen with a good run on Fabrice Mistral. Coming up towards the Little Kink and Indianapolis. Oh, will he make it stop? Just managed to hold on to it, and then he's punted off the road by Fabrice Mistral on the exit. No, 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 no. Very sideways, and then Mistral just sends him into the Armco. Mistral is still running then. That was Yves making his way past. So Yves then up to 14th position. Yeah, it looked like Fabrice did expect yeah, no, I did expect them to go. That was Yves, who had a massive moment into the, oh man, had a massive moment into the chicane. What happened? Well, it wasn't that big of a moment. It was just a rear end getting loose. So both Mistral and Corbière went back by again. It's fluctuating quite a bit, moving up and down the leaderboard. Pretty much all the time. Kevin Goya then is the guy we're following, who is half a second behind Spyro in the Cobra ahead, and we have Magnus Dahlgren in the Bizzarini in the car ahead of Spyro again. No, Kevin Goya is in the Ferrari, of course. So it looks like only 3 drivers has retired completely out of the race. That being said, Doberman has had a 28-minute pit stop and it's still counting, so I think he is also out of the race. Antoine Corbière with a massive lockup into Mulsanne. Holds on to it though. Oh, and Magnus Dahlgren is past Niklas Mell for 7th position. That is good news for us. Spyro is only half a second behind. Kevin Goya is also just a couple of tenths behind there too, about a second behind. So I think Nicholas has done something silly there because he had a bit more of a gap before this. Kevin Morville has just crossed the start-finish line to go into lap number 10 out of 13 in this second race out of 15 in this year's LMC. Riding on board with Eve in 16th position, who has 9 seconds up to Mistral in the position ahead of him and 4 seconds down to Cedric behind, so he's pretty much all alone. All alone in the world. Right, we're moving up into the battle then. Spyro is following Nicolas Mel in the yellow Corvette. Spyro with the yellow Cobra. And we have Kevin Goya in the dark red Ferrari with a white nose in the mirror of Spyro. Well, the ideal thing for me here would be that if Spyro could get by Nicolas Mel for that 8th position, because that would take some more points off of the FCT team. I do like the look of that Cobra though. It looks really aggressive with the snake eyes and everything. We're back with Kevin Goya chasing Spyro and Nicolas Mel, as it seems like Magnus Dahlgren has just bolted, got by them and has just pulled away because he's now 3 seconds up the road. Nicola Bellet following Felix Heinen, and just up the road there I think is Nils Schubert. Right, well, it does say that Doberman is still in the pits, but given that he's still on the leaderboard there, I think he's still driving. Oh, that was a car off the road there. Nicolas Mel went off the road into the Porsche curves. Oh, big sideways moment for Kevin Goya as well. Goya. And Arnaud Plume has fallen off the road in some capacity because he dropped down to 15th position now suddenly. So we're following Felix Heinen, who has let Nicolas Bellet by, but you obviously want to reclaim that position. So this means that Crash is now in 12th position. So it's not too bad. I think it's only the 3 cars that is out of the race at this point. 3 cars at the very bottom of the list. And Magnus Dahlgren has gone off the road. Suddenly, that means that Spyro is now up to 7th position. Huh. Well, Dahlgren is coming back at Spyro down towards the second chicane on the Mulsanne, but he backs out of it. So everything is still happening. It's a nice little battle group, this, with Spyro and Dahlgren ahead of Kevin Goya. Nicolas Mell is 2.5 seconds down the road. And Dahlgren is now past Spyro, coming in towards Indianapolis. Well, not a big problem for me, as long as they can keep Kevin Goya behind. Kevin Goya and Nicolas Mell. That'll be absolutely fine. Kevin Morville is out now onto lap 12 out of 13, which will be the second to last lap. Oh, Nicolas Bellet is following Felix Heinen, who went off into Indianapolis there. And the battle is raging for 7th, 8th and 9th position. Despite them actually fighting, they have let Nicholas Mel, they're pulling away a bit. And that was a great move by Kevin Goya on Spyro into Tête Rouge. Looked like Spyro was slightly out of control in the last little, coming out of the last little kink. And that meant that Kevin Goya could utilize his momentum and just zoom past. It was a great, strong, opportunistic move. Now Spyro in the slipstream in towards the second chicane, but he's not catching up fast enough to get by before the breaking point. Just have to back out of it again and keep behind for now and try again on the way down towards the Mulsanne corner. Now I do see that Crash is gaining a bit on Fabrice Morelato for 11th position. We were following Kevin Morville there for a little while. He's about to set out onto the last lap of the race. He's got a gap of 8 seconds to Michael Neveu, who in turn has a 1.2 second gap to Thomas Bourdaz. Oh, and that's a big spin for Kevin Goya. Lost the rear end of the car into Indianapolis, and through goes Spyro up to 8th position. And Nicholas Mail then up into 9th. And after all of that, that leaves Spyro with a 3.5 second gap down to Nicholas Mail then. It's kind of what I wanted, but not in the way that I wanted it. And Thomas Bourdaz is now just 1 second behind Michael Neveu. So these two are really... the gap is closing in between them again. Oh, well, it was. Lost a bit of time with that sideways into the Forest S's. Yeah, the gap increased up to 2 seconds again after that big slide. Which means that it's now out of the slipstream range. That being said, he used the slipstream from the Corvette quite beautifully there. Still not quite enough to make any serious inroads into Neveu up ahead. And I see that Crash has lost a couple of seconds to Fabrice Morelato again, so I guess that battle is over. So I think now most drivers are on to the last lap of the race. this gap is 1.8 seconds. The gap between Timon Sovic in 5th position and Luka in 6th position is now 1.1 seconds. Might be a late lunge by Luka to get into 5th. And Yves had an off again, I think, because he's now down to 19th position, I see. He's fallen down a little bit. So we're following Kevin Morville through Indianapolis for the last time in this race, breaking into Arnage. And in the background we could see Neveu and Bordas, who is quite close together, and Luka has dropped about a second to Timon Sovic, so that gap is up to 2.2, so there's no pass happening right there. And then entry the Porsche curves for Kevin Morville. Who was challenged in the first couple of laps in the race by both Neveu and Bordas and Savatier, I think. But he managed to keep cool and break loose, and hasn't looked back ever since. It's a commanding win from Kevin Morville then, for Kevin Morville in this first race for Grid 2 in the 2025 LMC. And across the line, Michael Neveu will take second position, half a second or so ahead of Thomas Bordas. In third, Antoine Savatier comes in across the line in 4th position. Timon Sovic in 5th position. And just a couple of seconds behind him again, we have Luka in 6th position and the best non-Cobra in the race. And then Magnus Dahlgren is in 7th position, is 40 seconds down on Luka. Spyro in 9th position, Nicolas Mel, who we are watching right now, in 9th, doing some drifting. And Kevin Goya in 10th position as it stands right now. We had Crash in 12th position, I think, before we changed into this into the leaderboard here. Yep, there we go. Nicolas Mel in 9th position, Kevin Goya in 10th. There we go. I think that was either 11th or 12th for Crash. And it was 11th in the end. He made a pass on Fabrice Morlato quite late and in the last lap of the race. That's good. 6th and 11th then for RDX in this race. Fabrice Morlato 12th, Corbière 13, Mistral 14, Plume 15, Cedric 16, Florkin in 25th position. Oh yeah, of course. We're still waiting for the other drivers to cross the line. Niels Schubert in 17th, Nicola Bellet in 18th. Because Mark Florkin and Tim Mellenthin has been lapped by the majority of the field. So Eve comes home in 19th position, and Felix Heinen rounds up the top 20. Right, then it is half an hour until the start of race 1 for grid 3. Yeah, Ben-Hur finish in 21st position. We only have 3 DNFs in this race with Plume, Repar and Scuzzi. And that is as far as we go in race number 2. So I think it looks like it's Plume who will be live streaming the next race. Yeah, so it is 24 minutes until 24 minutes until we have the start of grid 3, and I will be back once the standings has been updated. So I'll do a little break before that. So we are currently awaiting the start of race number 3, or grid 3. Well, it's technically race 3 as well. Race 1 for the grid 3 cars, and the results has been updated for race number 2 of the weekend. And as you can see, we dropped points to everybody inside the top 6. So we're now 11 points behind FCT Esports, who is still in the lead. Sim Racing Guys 2 is behind us, as they are up to 48 points. Or sorry, if they outscored us by 8 points in the race, and are currently 18 points. No, that's wrong. I'm reading the wrong column. They are 7 points behind us in the list. And then Sim Racing Guys 1 is behind there. They are 20 points behind us in 4th position. So we are still in the fight, as it is now 7-ish minutes before we start race number 3 of the evening. Alright, so the race has started for grid 3 then. And I don't see... Oh, a big spin for Nils Schubert. And in. Tata Rouge. Luca is in 27th position. What has happened to Luca? Did he... Did he start from the pits or something like that? Huh. Kevin Morville is in the lead, of course. Because why wouldn't he? Lars in second position and Crash in third in the Corvette. Excuse me. And currently Eve is in 17th position. So he's for now the second best position car of the ones in the Team RDX. Why am I not in the race? We are only 3 drivers per team in the race, and Crash, Eve, and Luca are the 3 drivers in this race. So I will be in the car for race grid 4 and grid 5, which is then in about an hour and hour and a half. We'll start grid number 4. So I'm being the team manager in these first few races. Crash has made his way past Lars and is up into second position. Excuse me. That's good. Mikael Niveau is in 7th, Kevin Goya in 9th, and Nicolas Mell in 12th of the FCT, 13th in the FCT team, who are leading the LMC after the first 2 races. Morelato really wide through that corner. Oops. Yeah, Luca up to 22nd position now. He's not too far behind either the 21st or 20th actually. It looks like Eve might have started from the pit lane then. Which of course will cost you quite a lot of time, because you're not allowed onto the track before the leader is through sector 1. So he's gonna start about 40 seconds behind. Eve up to 18th position now. That's good. 24 hours of Le Mans in a computer. Yeah, no, I've taken part in quite a few 24-hour races at Le Mans and on Spa actually, on PC through the years. Most of the long races I've done that sort of duration has been in rFactor 1 back in the race department Le Mans. Race Department Le Mans Series days are the LMS, together with Myhrvold and a few others, like Navitori, who is also driving RBR mostly these days. Oh, Felix Heinen really... Excuse me, that was a big sneeze. He was really forcing his way past Nofra there. And I could see that Luca has now made his way up to 20th position. Got 3 seconds up to Thierry Bosil in the position ahead. Thomas Bordas is out of the race. That's a DNF. Might have been a blown engine, and Anofra has also blown an engine. Being a bit too eager in the downshifts in the what you call it, in the in his defense. But yeah, no, the longer races are, yeah, no, I really do enjoy those. Okay, Luca is past Thierry as well then, up to 18th position. Oh, and Morelato! Who was that he hit? Was it Mistral? It looks like it was. Being pressured by Corbière as well into the corner. Why the engine blow? Because it was over revving the engine, I think. That is usually what why it blows like that. Is because you're when shifting down, you are shifting down a gear too early, so that the RPMs just shoots through the roof, or yeah, too much RPMs compared to what the engine actually can take. Oh, big slide for crash, and that's a spin. We don't need that. Oh, and then the battle pack is coming through with the Savatier, Lars and Jean-Michel Garny. Lars with the fastest lap time of the race right now then, 4:26.2. And Luca is only a second behind Yves now on the road. Yeah, no, I think it was a money shift that made the engine of the BMW go boom, because we have seen that in the previous 2 races as well. But Lars with the fastest lap of the race in the BMW, that brings me hope that Luca can climb up into the top 10. If not even further. He's already up to 16th position. 5 seconds up to Mistral. And there is a really tight battle pack. In the middle of the grid. Our crash is 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7. Oh, is crash out of the race now? 11th, 12th is falling like a rock. No, 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 no. Yeah, seems like Crash has also had a money shift. Yeah, Crash is out of the race. That's not good for the overall. It was looking so positive in the early parts of the race. Oh, and my dinner is is just about ready. So I will leave you with the live stream. So I'll be right back. Yeah, the hills are rather silent right now, because I am stuffing my face with food. And as I have been told to not go on to the server to spectate, I have then instead leached onto the official live stream. But that's in French, so there's quite a fight going on right here, I see. Luke has already up to 11th position after starting from the pit lane. Awesome. Right. Hi Tidy, welcome along. There is no sound because excuse me, I have been told to to not go onto the server when I'm not racing because of the number of drivers on here, and they don't want to put excess load on the server. So instead I am using the official live stream from the race, but as everything there is going in French, I figured it's better to just mute the entire thing and go like this. And Luca is now in 10th position and is fighting his way up through the rankings after starting in the pit lane. Lagging lobby servers, well, not quite. But given that it is like 30 drivers possibly on the server for each and every race, in plus the official live stream and the officials and everything, it puts some extra load on the server. But yeah, now Luca up to 8th position, that's good. He has one of the FCT, well, two of the FCT drivers behind him, which means that they are the leaders, and they will so we will be catching some points back to them then from that. However, Kevin Goya is the fastest or the best positioned FCT driver right now, and well, he's only 3 seconds up the road, so it is within reach. Yeah, I have been able to stuff my face with food, so now I should be ready for grid number 4 and 5 and make a fool out of myself in those. And Luca is down to 10th position again. Gah. And Luca is out. That's probably a blown engine. Bum 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 bum. This has not been a very good race for us. That has not been a good race for us at all. Yeah, no, it is race 3. It is. I'm not bothering with a separate live stream for each race. I could have done only put on the live stream for the races that I do myself. But yeah, no Luca out as well as Crash. That means that we will be scoring very limited points from this race. And to be fair, this is the race that I expected the most DNFs from. Because the engines in these cars are quite fragile. Best to update the stream title. Well, no, there's no reason for that. This is race 1. This is just grid 3. The first race for Grade 3 cars. As will be race 1 for Grade 4 and race 1 for Grade 5 afterwards. Duan and Sabatier is really fighting for that final step on the podium. Oh. Well, Sabatier was not really happy with that, I can tell, from the way he's flashing his lights. And Kevin Morville is really wiping the floor with everybody this race. Putting in the best lap time after best lap time without any slipstream or anything as well. He's 25 seconds away from Garnier in the second position. Yeah. There is some spirited driving through the field. It's always nice to see. A lot of drivers who are really pushing. Oops. Oh, Spyro using the slipstream to good effect, making his way past Kevin Goya, which is absolutely beautiful for us. Removing some more points from the FCT. However, Kevin Morville and Jonathan D and F Mistral is the ones who are scoring points in that team. Fabrice Mistral is in 12th position, so they will outscore us in this race by quite the margin. You know, I fear that we will be dropping down quite a number of positions in the overall standings after this. Plume with a great exit out of the last chicane. Trying to put a move on Nils Schubert into turn 1. It does so with ease. It's done so both with ease and with a Capri. Also looks like Spyro has been able to pull a little bit of a gap to Kevin. Yeah, a true Capri, yep. It is the proper Capri. Right, lap 10 out of 14. We are getting closer and closer to the end of this race too. Is 14 laps or 1 hour, depending on what is what's happening first. Yeah. Helping fairies and collecting gems indeed. And to be fair, Spyro is also one of the organizers of this this whole LMC. It's classic Le Mans. That was Plume putting a move on Mark Florkin. Mark, who I crashed into rather hard on qualifying evening in the grid 4 cars. Right, Morelato making his way past Nicolas Mel for 10th position. Duan is spinning into Indianapolis. Well, he was all on his own, so this should be from his own doing. Oh, yeah, just letting the rear end get loose on the braking. You've seen that happen a couple of times with the Corvette into that little kink before Indianapolis, a couple of times already in this race. And Nicolas Mel has been off the road, I think, because Fabrice Morellato is past. Where am I? Yeah, no, it's Morellato and Mel that's changing positions. Never mind. I'm not fully keeping up with everything happening. Could be from the AstroTurf, but I think it's more like these cars are really twitchy on the braking, especially if you're braking a little bit later than you should. You often brake a bit harder, and then it's easy to lock up, especially the rear tires. It doesn't really take that long of locking up either before you're out sideways and going into a corner like that with that speed. It really picks up momentum really fast. Ask me how I know. So I think I've... Oh, a massive tank slapper again for Morellato. And then Mel wants to show that he can do that as well. Limit the weight transfer. Well, yeah, it could be the weight transfer itself, yeah. Well, I have spun in that corner so many times in the earlier iterations of the LMC, so I know that feeling all too well. Especially the year when I drove the what's it called? The Chaparral. Is it 2J with the really monstrous wing? That's like 3 meters tall or whatever it is. So Cedric has spun into the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, the white vacuum cleaner. It certainly looked like that. It drove like nothing I've ever seen in the past. But it was the third car that was available for that grid that year. And so I had to drive it if I wanted to drive anything at all in that race. So yeah, it wasn't the most successful race that I've done in the LMC. More sideways action from Michael Neveu. Ahead of Antoine Corbière. Both of them are flashing the lights for some reason. Is it the "Hey Ma, look, I'm on TV"? Kevin Morville in the lead by 30 seconds now. So Eve is still in 13th position, and it's in a very solid 13th position and a very solitary 13th position. 13 seconds up and 20 seconds down, and Corbière is going into the pits. Why is Corbière going into the pits? Did he punt Michael Neveu at any point? So that he's going through the drive-through as the penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Possibly. Oh, no, that's big crash. That's Duan and Savatier. So close together, and then again Duan just losing the rear end of the Corvette. Now this has elevated Lars into 3rd position. Savatier is in 4th, Spur in 5th, Duan in 6th, and Kevin Goya is hot on Duan's heels now. Oh, things are just kicking off left, right, and center in these races. You know what, Hugo? I think it might be the Duan's setup on the car that is really on the limit with the grip on the rear end. Oh, big slide. That is Plume in the Capri up ahead. Head over to Basil. And we move further down the leaderboard to Nils Schubert and Mark Lorkin, who are really fighting to not be the last car. The last car on the grid, or last car driving, rather. Of course, it might also be that Duan has overcooked his rear tires at some point as well, come to think of it. Well, Duan has pulled away from Kevin Goya again, I see. It's now up to 2.1 seconds. And Antoine Corbière, who was into the pits, lap ago, and Schubert spins. Speaking of things happening all the time. But yeah, no, Corbière, who was in the pits, came back out again in 12th position and is only 2 seconds behind Fabrice Mistral in 11th. Oh, and Duan spins again. That allows Kevin Goya to go through into 6th position. Speaking of Corbière, we are on board with him now. Chasing on Fabrice Mistral. Get a good exit. Flashing his lights. But that doesn't magically make the car ahead disappear. I have to back out of it again. These are right now the closest guys out on track. On a big lunge. Is it space enough? Yes, it is. That's Corbière up into 11th position. And he's already pulling a big gap straight away. Well, he has to, because on the Mulsanne straight, the BMW will most likely be a little bit faster, especially if it can get a tow. I don't know if he is within range. Well, he might be. I did praise Kevin Morville for being really outstanding in the race. But Jean-Michel Garnier in second position is also 26 seconds ahead of Lars in third. So he's not hanging back here either. On board with Bruno Chacon in 17th position. He's having a lot better time in this race than he had a couple of races ago. Or was it? I don't remember if it was grid 1 or grid 2 where he was a lap down very early in the race. I think it was grid 1. I mean, we're not further into the race weekend than grid 3 race 1. But I'm already starting to lose track of everything. There are fights going on. Savatier is now really pushing Lars again for that third position. Mistral has really lost the rear end of Corbière. He's 4 seconds down the road now. A great exit for Savatier here. Oh! Lars did not want to give up any room on that side. Though that was a bit naughty because he did open the door initially. And this is the last lap after all, so it is the last push for Savatier to get on the podium. using the slipstream to good effect to get up alongside. But once he got to this point, there wasn't really that much difference between the cars before Lars did hit the brakes a bit earlier to allow him back in. And in the background we can see Spyro as well. He's not that far behind. And I look away for a little bit and Savatier has pulled a little bit of a gap actually. Go back to Kevin Morville, who is looking at Plume and Chapard. I think was just ahead of him on the road. Yes, he is. So that's the time elapsed. Time lapsed, sorry, rather. Oh, this is going to be tight, and Plume. Oh, that's a great save. I thought it was going to spin there. Holy moly. Right, so Kevin Morville then in the Porsche curves through karting. On his way to the second victory in 3 races so far this weekend. Through the last chicane and across the line into a great victory. And I do see that Yves has just been passed by Arnaud Plume for 13th position, so Yves is now down to 14th. The only point scoring car we have in race department RDX this in this particular race. So Jean-Michel Garnier into a brilliant second position. Antoine Savatier pulled away quite a margin actually from Lars through this last lap of the race. It's actually closer between Lars in 4th and Spyro in 5th. So go across the line. Kevin Goya is going to finish in 6th position in another BMW. And it looks like Duan will be finishing in 7th in the Corvette. Just ahead of Michael Neveu. Right, here we have it. Duan will finish in 7th ahead of Michael Neveu. Thierry Bossil and Mark Florkin were both a lap down. Fabrice Morlato takes 9th position for Sim Racing Guys 1. And Nicolas Mel takes 10th position for FCT Esport. Corbière in 11th, Fabrice Mistral in 12th position. Arnaud Plume in 13th, Yves in 14th. So that is at least some points for Team Race Department RDX in this one. Both Florkin and Schubert were a lap down, but all of them got to the finish line. As sadly both Crash and Luca did DNF from this race. And Luca did disconnect from the TeamSpeak as well. Felix Heinen finished 15th. Cedric is on the line to finish 16th. So yeah, I do expect us to fall down from the second position after this race. So really rotten luck. Mind that one. But that's just the way it is sometimes. So it is. Sorry, it's always. Let's try that again, shall we? It is now 23 minutes, 22 minutes until the start of the next race. So I will be taking a little break, go to the toilet and stuff like that. And then I'll be back with some racing and doing some proper racing. We do have some engine sounds going on. Now let's see if we go to no, refresh maybe. Yeah, there we go. So the results are in from race 3 or grid 3, if you like, and it doesn't look that good for us. We're now down to 6th position. We're 42 points down on FCT Esport. So we have some catching up to do. Let's see if I can get this up and running the way it's supposed to be. Tower, yeah. Go with the endurance overlay thingy. Pull this over there. Yeah. Great. So what did I do with the setup of this car? I did open the rear diff. Quite a bit. No. Aerodynamics is already at the very minimum. .160 liters is the absolute maximum for this car, which is okay. Latency issues with me. I have latency issues with myself. That is kind of curious. forgot to change the brakes, brake balance and such. Oh, oh. Above all, the brake pressure. Well, that was the completely wrong lines through the chicane. Oh, saved it. There is a Porsche coming up behind there. Just look at the speed that car is able to carry. Fabrice Mistral. That is just pulling away. It's just like I'm not here. Yeah, of course. Right. So we are now up to no, it does say on the top there 15 laps for this grid. So I need like 110 to 115 liters worth of fuel in the car for this. Which means that I should be able to go through the entire race. Okay, looks like the latency collision issues is gone. That's good. Right, we are about to start the come on, the grid 4 race. So that's nice. Luca is going to drive the Renault. And Crash is going to drive the Kremer Porsche. Nice, 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 nice.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
Right, there we go. Set starting order. I'll do like so. Right, good luck, guys. Spyro has become an administrator. Is there something wrong? Oh, there, I do start with cars behind me. Why are we not moving? Yeah, they've restarted the session. I have no... okay, they might have loaded the starting grid for the wrong... for the wrong grid.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Right, second try then. Yeah. I have no cars behind me now, I think, so that's pretty much correct to where I qualified. Right, let's give him hell. And the possibility of me being given hell is quite a bit bigger, but you know. Yeah, 80 kilometers an hour. Is what was being said in the briefing. But, you know, follow the train. And then just see the Porsche just fly. Holy moly. Oh, and his crash is facing the wrong way. That's not what we want to see. Okay. I think maybe that Porsche is the other car to go for. Looks like Spyro is going slow. There's some kind of issue. Seems like there is absolutely no power at all in this car. The cars everywhere. And some of the spatial awareness is not particularly good. Yeah, I'm definitely in the wrong car. Damn. Being held up big time in the corners. Oh, Kevin Morgan has retired. Oops. big lag. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if I got a punt from the rear into that one or whatever happened. I got no idea. But I'm doing this anyway. Because being in that little group, that was truly terrifying. Oh yeah, perfect. There isn't really much point in going on then. I was gonna say the car ahead is that the guy I took out, and yes it is. Oh yeah, I see why. Might have lost the front clip. Did he lose that in... No, he must have lost it in the accident where I put him in the wall. Okay, I advanced 2 positions by going out to the pit lane. Because Fabrice Morelato is retired out of the race as well. There's gonna be another load with the 5 minutes then. must be an issue of some sort with the Porsche Spyro because I'm catching up. I shouldn't be catching up. I must be running a very low boost setting, given how well I actually am able to keep up. That was scary. I think that also did highlight quite well the problems that Spyro has with the car. I'm actually catching up to another one. 348. halfway through the race. Catching up and passing people with bigger problems with their cars compared to the problems I have with mine. How big of a gap had I actually pulled out to the cars behind if I could go for a spin and still stay ahead? Oh, at this rate, I'm gonna go a lap down. Someone in the top 10 is in the pits. I do think I might have started with too little fuel. Okay, I've been lifting and coasting a little bit too much, I think. Did I those Spyros put up a bigger tempo behind? There's a combination of both, I think. I did try to save a bit of fuel on that lap. I managed to do so. Well, there's no point in saving fuel, come to think of it, because I'm going to drive one lap less than everybody else anyway. So running around and saving fuel, that was completely wasted. Completely useless. Ugh. However, I do see there's quite a lot of drivers who are in for pit stops in this race. So some of the faster cars might be a bit more thirsty than this one is. Maybe that's why I did catch up to Spyro as fast as I did, because he was saving fuel. Food for thought. Oh, 17th position is in pits. So the leader is believe there is the next car behind me. I think that might be Luca. It was Luca. Your power was in the pits. Okay. Now it's a minute up to the car ahead. Oh. And then Spyro is quite close again. We'll get by. By the end of... Oh. Did he spin? Oops. Right, going on to the last lap of the race. I do hope that that was enough to keep Spyro at bay. Somebody's cleared out all the cones in the Mulsanne corner. And I had an awful exit out of there. Threw away quite a bit of time in the last chicane. At least we're through 17th position. Judging by the lap time and everything, I feel like yeah. I think I would have been in the mix around here somewhere with the fuel usage and everything. But Luca in the commanding win with half a minute to Scuzzi. That is good. This means that we will be outscoring a number of drivers, or a couple of teams there. That being said, Crash in 15th. Would have wanted to have him a few positions further up the ranking, especially given that we have Nicola Bellet is in between all the FCT cars. Okay. Well, if we turn off the replay, we can follow Crash through the rest of the lap. Racing has been hideous. Did punt a guy off the track, so I went to do the self-imposed penalty of a drive-through that we're supposed to do, following the gentleman rules. Then I sped in the pit, so I got a 10-second stop and go, which I took on the next lap. Came back out again in 23rd position, I think. And yeah, the only cars I overtook was cars with problems of sorts. So yeah, no, that's not the way I wanted that race to go. Pace wise and everything, I think I would have been at the bottom end of the top 10, maybe just outside the top 10. But I had a car that was a lot faster in the corners, but lacked severely in the straight line. Yeah, no, it's well, I had not had a very good feeling going into this anyway, so that's the way it is. Okay, we are up 2 positions then in the ranking after this race. We're into 4th position, but it's now 47 points to lead. Only 5 points up to the podium. So we just need somebody else to punt Kevin Morville in the next race too. Yeah. Yeah, there are 3 guys in that team, and I think Mistral also did retire in the previous race. So of course, both him and Kevin Morville had problems. Then they didn't really score that many points. Yeah. Right. Right, the server is open. I'll do a quick little toilet break, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, no, I think the Sauber is pretty similar. Don't know about the other cars. I think I can go all the way, most likely, with the Jaguar. Yeah. Right. So how much is maximum fuel in the Jaguar? It's sorry, 11. Sorry, 100 liters. Which might not be enough, you know. Yeah, I'll leave that 1-1, that's fine. Try to see if we can sneak in a lap before we're called to the grid. It's a bit surprising that there is no speed limit or the pit speed limiter in the car. Given how technologically advanced this era of cars was. I don't remember what the fuel usage is on this car. But I do see that I can stretch the gear ratio by at least one click. Now I can say pretty definitely right now that I will not be able to go the entire distance on a full tank of fuel. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. I have auto blip on this one. Maybe second gear is good enough through an arch. Okay. So we've got there's a Cosworth engine in this one as well. Just realized. 16 laps in this one by 7 liters per lap. That's 112 liters in. Oh, maybe I need to open the radiator or something more. I see. Huh. It could be. What did I say? 112 liters. That's the master. Oh, I really do. And again, neither of those two were really looking around. Yeah, I do see that I need to stop for 12 liters extra fuel. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And we are about to go live with the last race one of the evening.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
I was gonna say, why am I starting 15th? Because that's not where I qualified, but I am starting this far up because I'm the second car of our cars in the race. So it'll be either punted or we'll punt someone in the early part of this race, I think. I fear. Somebody up ahead discovered that they're going a bit too fast, I guess. And away we go! Yeah, try fourth. Through Tete Rouge next time. Oops. And of course, I'm breaking myself big time into the first chicane. That wasn't too big of a problem. It's interesting to see the strategy of people in this race, because I do believe that most people will have to do a pit stop. Oh. Going side by side into them was not really the way to go. Okay, I've just discovered this, where is the strength of the Jaguar lies. That's in the cornering. I have to completely stop coming through Tete Rouge onto the straight. It's gonna be nice when those cars are gone. I can drive my own pace around here. So the Peugeot is also a lot quicker in a straight line. But not as good on the brakes. I think I'm in the wrong car for this race. This race too. flag up ahead. Somebody just came out of the pits. Okay, so Cedric came out of the pits and Nouveau is behind me. Interesting. Oh, there was a front clip lying around there. That looked like the colors of Luca's car, which I don't like, of course. But that is laying around there in the road, or by the side of the road rather. I do hope that it's from another car. Too late on the turn-in. Way too late on the weight transfer. Oh, less than 6 liters on that lap. That's nice. That is actually very helpful. I am at risk of going one lap down this race too. So if I could save 6 liters worth, or yeah, 6.5 to 7 liters worth of fuel, then I should be able to go through the race without a pit stop. That is the main idea that I'm operating from right now. I hate these machine freezes. One thing is that they're interfering with my lap times and such. Okay, that was way too late on the brakes. Had a lot more speed through the first corner this time. So I can go almost flat through Tête Rouge. No, 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 no. Yeah. That wasn't really good either. Only bodywork damage, actually. Huh. That did... well, that does mean that I'm now too far behind the Peugeots to be able to just chill in the slipstream on the Mulsanne straight for the coming laps, which is a bit annoying. And both of them are running with a higher boost setting and everything compared to what I do. So I think maybe Michel was in the pits early to be done with his pit stop. So he can go to the end. Which also means that he's taken himself out of the big battles going on. But he mostly has a clear track when he's going. Well, that didn't want to grip the way I wanted it to grip. I should have enough fuel for the rest of the race now. Why do I brake? It's not with a lift for that one, for crying out loud. Now the leaders are in the pits. This Kevin Morville is in the pits. He was the one who was leading the race. He's coming back out of the pits again in second position, so that's been a gamble that's paid off rather handsomely. Oh. Somebody else up ahead is in the pits, but they're so far ahead that it won't do anything for me. Won't help me at all. Scootsy is leading. So maybe I will avoid getting lapped this time. There's a big possibility for that, actually. Okay, that was a bit too much. Flat spots. Yay. At least that's what I think it is. Starting to shake a little bit in the steering wheel. It will be very close whether or not I will be lapped or not in this race. Really still Scootsy is leading. Cedric is coming quite close behind now. Might have been saving fuel early so that he could go for a proper push towards the end of the race. I think I will be lapped, judging by the distance down to Scootsy right now. That being said, if he has to go for a pit stop, which I kind of do think that he has to, that will mean that I will be finishing on the lead lap. Which also do mean that I have to go one lap further. In the tank of fuel. 10 minutes left of race. That's 4 laps, I think. 3 laps it is. It's not going to be any more than 3 laps anyway. Racking up the cut track penalties. Oh, see him right there. It's either him or Cedric. It could be Cedric. I think it actually is Cedric. So I guess that this is the point now where my game is about to give everybody around me an extra second or so. And game freezes. It is also annoying that I did cut the chicane in Tête Rouge on this lap, given that it seems to be the fastest lap that I've done in the race. given that Scuzzi is still going, this will be the last lap of the race for me. Because he is already on his last lap of the race. Wait, why am I in 16th? And across the line. I did hold off. Yeah, it is using the cockpit cam because this is the alternative. And this, I have no idea where the corners of my car is. Hi, by the way. So 8 liters. I had enough fuel for another lap. Another lap of full push. 341.9 then as the last lap of the race. So that's pretty good. Now where is Luca? Is in 6th position. Let's cut the replay and go to Luca then. Oh, that's a lot of smoke from Luca's car. Well, I've done 2 races, the last 2 races. In the previous one I did punt a car off the road in the border curves, so I had to go do a drive-through as a penalty. And of course, doing a drive-through, you have to speed in the pits, so I did speed in the pits and got the stop and go. So I finished like 17th out of 22 cars. Oh, no, it wasn't that many either, was it? Like 24 cars the other way. Around 20 cars that finished the race, so I was quite close to the back of the grid. And now 16th in this one, but it's also quite a bit down the list. Oh, but 2 of the FCT cars have retired, which is interesting, but because both of those, and the FCT is the team that is leading. Yeah, I did stop long enough on the stop and go, and I did also not speed in the pits when doing the stop and go. Yeah, in this race it was only me and Luca. Eve and Crash has also been driving. Crash has a break now because he is going to go back in the cars in grid 1. I think Luca is going back in grid 1 as well for the next race. And then I will take a break and probably jump in the car in race 2. Yep, that's correct. The next race will start in 1 hour. Yep. Well, 1 hour for the race. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Well, I will end this one right here, I think. Ole will also join us later, I think, because he is on his way back home from work now, I think. So he will be joining us in the middle of the night somewhere. Right, well, anyway, that will be it for this one. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. I will be back when I am back racing again through the night at some point. So do enjoy your Saturday, and I will catch you all later. So take care then, and goodbye.